So excuse me while I rearrange the camera setup again. I'm anticipating a new macro lens to come in. So I am going to change lenses again. Now I just need to remember where I put my whatchamacallit, camera clamp thingy, because I think my starting distance has to be closer. This is what I get for tidying up. I don't know where I put my things now. Well, hopefully it won't eat in too much time. Let's see. What's going to go here? No, that's definitely not where that camera post went. Definitely don't need these things. I think I can safely put that there. Guess it's good to tidy up that little corner anyways. Right, let's put this away. Put this into storage. Yes, I think we should take that. The dump. Get all the money I can for it. Where do I put that thing? Hmm. Well, maybe tomorrow I can find the clamp. But today, I'll just use the old clamp. I suppose a zoomed out view would give a better view of today's activities. It's not too bad. Get a lot of overhead action. Then, okay. Let's see here. So, that's... Actually, I'll just put this here. This, and yeah, I'm gonna have to find some baggies for all this. I think for the video card, I might just bite the bullet and plug it into a computer. Because I can't, I'm not getting any useful information out of my other info sources. Okay, and now, let's see. Yeah, so last stream I went through every single Joy-Con and just superficially looked at how they behaved, and then I noticed that I wrote down that almost every one of them needed a new shell. So I said, at that point I may as well just strip them down for parts. Too funny. So that's going to be after I give up onto the PS5. But I realized there's so many tiny bits and bobs to a Joy-Con. I really need to keep them organized because I have, as I said earlier, 60 of them. So I went to the store today, the hardware store, and then I found out I missed the sale by 1 day, so I don't. I didn't want to pay double the price for a parts organizer. So we're just going to be putting all the hardware, like little screws and stuff, into a sandwich bag for now. As sad as that is. And then when the parts organizer comes back on sale, I'll put them all into their little bins. Also, what's great about splitting up all these Joy-Cons is you can actually get screws for other parts, such as the main Switch itself, or even portable consoles. So there is some merit, there's some value into doing this teardown business. Yeah, a lot of these shells are cracked and scratched up, and I don't think they'll ever polish out, so. Let's see here. So, got R and ZR. Or, sorry, ZR. Then I can put the R buttons in the wrong thing. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, I figured that this part is not really super important, but I could change scenes. I realized that without a real microphone, I have to use an HDMI capture scene because it takes the microphone from my camera. But yeah, I'm just tidying up my workbench to make room for the PS5. Yeah, I can see this easily taking up a whole parts organizer, because I'd want to keep like the individual buttons separate. But for now, I'm just going to put them in the same bag. Yeah, the T-pads and the lettered buttons. Let's see, and then a bag for just all the rubber buttons. Yeah, and I think anybody who may have been interested are already long gone. But thanks for bringing that up. Okay, so I'm gonna continue that one later. I think these guys, yeah, so the two those. Got a rail and rail buttons. This must be a sync button. Okay. And the springs. The ZR springs, the ZR springs can go somewhere. What else? So I can put these, I'll put these plastic buttons with their own thing. Then the vibration motory thing can go into their own bags. Oh, the right-angled serrated tweezer actually worked out nicely. And then the IR module. And the NFC. Then the joystick. Yeah, so I realized I should be, when I do go to open these up, I've got to move the sticker onto the motherboard itself, so I know. I guess at this point, does it even matter? I've already kind of stripped them all down. Let's see. There. Get that nasty joystick. Here. Okay, so we've got two right-handed Joy-Con boards with bad two iron. They have ripped off joystick buttons. Now where does home button, rubber, base buttons. What else do we have here? Is this NFC? Oh, okay. I suppose this NFC antenna is just a whole assembly on its own. Interesting. And let me see if I can peel it off without damaging anything. Because I see some copper. Ah, there we go. Oh, wow. Okay. So they actually wound it in the third dimension to give it give it 3 turns. Okay. And then we have a Joy-Con covery thing, which I might steal anyways, because and then there's some foam stickers here for the home button. Okay, so NFC antenna's got its own brain thing, which means I should actually be going back to the other shell to make sure I harvest that properly, because I just discarded the stuff willy-nilly. So NFC antenna. Yeah, I don't think there's much, there's not much to take beyond that. I don't think there's any. The foam tape will be interesting to find a replacement for, but yeah. Okay, so the NFC antenna is strong enough to, and this little Joy-Con gasket can also be collected, but yeah, these shells are unfortunately super dead. So this joystick is into the waste. Rubber things for the SL and SR buttons. Okay. Okay, let's okay. Put a bag for the NFC antennas. Okay, and bag for the Bluetooth antennas. Or the ZR button. Flex PCB. IR cameras. Still can't believe they've been tried so much. I'd be surprised. I think it's an odd number. I should have one more spring somewhere around here. Then after this cleanup, I can go find the first PS5 with the HDMI problems. I guess there is a fair amount of different thicknesses of foam tape. I don't know if I should be throwing away these shells right away, but I would definitely collect them there anyways. Let's see. Yep, and then the right Joy-Con gasket. Then I can put, yeah, I might as well put the buttons and the rail in one spot. And then I'll find an appropriate bag for the actual motherboards. Although these motherboards will obviously be at the bottom, considering that the buttons are ripped off. Let's see. Okay, these Mylar bags should be okay. Ah, hello. Yeah, that's the idea anyways. I have way too many rights as opposed to lefts, so they're definitely up there. in terms of just being a donor. But yeah, I figured if I run out of things to do, I'll just do Joy-Con stuff for the remainder of the stream. But I just wanted to get this organized because I have 60 of these. So, should get a bin going. I figured, I basically said since every single one of these needs a new shell, I may as well just disassemble them fully. Because then I get a chance to see which ones need a new battery, which ones actually work, etc. So, okay. Now, did I? Yeah, of course, because I brought up I dragged the power supply out of storage, and it's taking up an inordinate amount of space on my workbench, so I have to clean up more, make more room. But the HDMI encoders came in, so this will be interesting. Ooh yeah, this one's swelly. Swelly Nelly. Oh, what's that? Probably YouTube saying I've started streaming. Yep. And then somehow I accidentally activated SMS notifications for Snapchat because I wanted to use Snapchat as a webcam. This one's I fix it. It's just extraneous. That can go over there for now. But so getting caught up from the stream prior to yesterday's stream, I found out that you can't verify whether a GPU is shorted or not because the feedback resistor's resistance is so low that it will trick your continuity meter. And if you use resistance mode, then you need enough digits in order to figure out whether the feedback resistor is actually being bypassed. So I still have hope for the GPU, but yeah, it's just trying to find the right expert. But the way I see it is I'm at a point where I think I just have to plug it into a damn computer and suck it up. And by suck it up, I mean accept the consequences. What else? I think this should be enough room. Now to go find said PS5. Yeah. Yeah, I think okay. Oh, I see. I guess I never did take this off of guess we had no reason to take this all the way down. Okay, so okay, so then we got the power supply. No, I took out the power supply. Oh, that means that this should lift out. Okay. Hey, where did I put the power supply? I think I tried to deodorize the power supply in a box of. I got a giant plastic bin and then put baking soda in it and then put a lid on it in an attempt to try to deodorize it. But I think what I really have to do is actually soak it in some sort of chemical, like all the plastic bits. Is this one not really cat piss, but it's definitely like grandma's basement. This one, I'm gonna turn it on to make sure that it's still working. Yeah, and I bought some industrial, maybe not industrial in the sense of strength, but it is an industrial quantity of, it's like urine odor eliminator. So I'm hoping that will take care of it. But I don't know what to do about grandma's basement. I think you just have to use peroxide or something. Which should be okay for like the white shell. I mean, that's essentially what retrobrite is. One of those large enough. Oh, ultrasonic. Oh yeah. No, the way I see it is the PCBs probably. I mean, they'll just have to be not washed or not deodorized. Now, the thing I was looking for was the power button PCB, which I assume has to be up here somewhere. Let's see here. Sorry about that. Let me just go over here for a second. And okay. Oh, sorry. Oof. Okay. Now, where was I? Yes, that's right. Power button PCB. That's the other thing that I did off stream was I made a PCB that was just vias, and if you use pressure and screw an M2 screw into here, the PCB will press on these pads, and I won't have to solder my UART connector to them anymore. Ah, here we go. I found that not every model of PS5 motherboard has handy screw holes nearby such pads. So, yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. I can probably give it a once over, but I don't know how much odor you can really get rid of with just alcohol. Okay, so I'm set up that way. Now, okay. Oh yes, and then the AC cord, wherever that went. That's the HDMI cord. And of course, I don't have a webcam to demonstrate like last time the bad HDMI image. Okay, here's the AC cord. Okay, so yeah, then, but yeah, those helper PCBs for USB UARTs are on their way from China as we speak. I ended up going with JLC PCB just because they're so freaking cheap. Like, even the shipping was reasonable. It was only $18. I mean, are they taking a loss? Because I don't quite understand how they can. It must be the scale at which they operate. Hmm. Okay. How are you, 104? Glad to see you come by again. Wow, I cannot stay focused today. Okay, that's right. I wanted to get my spare HDMI connected here. Okay, there. Okay, and right, and just for fun, I wanted to see if the supervisor chip, the industry has decided to call it a Southbridge. But I don't know why, because I don't think it's responsible for any kind of I/O. But yeah, they decided to move away from the word syscon. I just wanted to solder to the syscon and just see if there are any codes, because the way I see it is, the intuition might say that it's the it's the HDMI encoder that's bad. But just so my experience with graphics cards in the olden days, I thought VRAM might also be culprit. So I thought, well, the syscon, or the Southbridge knows. Actually, Syscon actually knows whether it's HDMI or the RAM. So I thought, okay, I did receive HDMI encoders, but just in case, I can also see if anyone's complaining about the RAM. Do I have enough battery on that laptop? Oh yeah, there's another code reader software update I have to download. And yeah, there's still. Oh. Yes, exactly. Because yeah, it took. I don't know why it took me so long. Maybe I'm just getting old. But I completely forgot that or maybe I didn't forget, but I knew that I knew that the syscon can tell you which DDR chips are bad. like 1 through 8, or you know, like they have a code. They have a code for every combination of 1 through 8. And then they have another code if there's an HDMI problem with the actual encoder. So I was like, oh, well, if it actually is the encoder, then I should be able to just swap it out. And then today there was a discussion that when you don't, I don't know how, but apparently you might have to change the encoder up to 3 times just because of the defect rate when not going through, when just getting these sort of backdoor HDMI encoders. So when I made the order, I just said, I'll clean you out because I have I've got 3 PS5s with no video, so, you know, better be safe than sorry. So let me just get these really thermally masked up, especially that ground pad, and then watch me get TX and RX backwards again, as per usual. I should clean that up. Yeah, when I made those helper PCBs, I also took a stab in the dark with the silk screen, so that'll be funny if y'all had the wrong silk screen. Okay, and then I can get the little solder balls with. Yeah, and I have to figure out why this thing isn't squirting anymore. I can't, I don't know, for some reason I can't make this thing squirt anymore. And there's plenty of liquid in there. Just don't understand what the mechanism is or why there's a problem. Oh! The hose split. There's a hole in the... Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. I did not expect that to happen so quickly. Oh, I know what I can do. I can just put the hose on backwards. Oh, you know what might be better? Yeah, they used a rigid plastic tube and it's split. It's split right here, and that's where the leak is happening. Okay, so you know what? Let's just see. Okay, good. I'm gonna heat up the tube and then shove the nipple in, and then hopefully when everything cools down, then the hose won't split anymore. Just nope. That was a failure. What's going on here? I guess the melting temperature of this is just too damn low. Oh, I guess the other thing would be, what if I just repaired the other one? Damn. Okay, well I got the tube on anyways. But maybe I can sort of just preheat it a little bit to... Just heat it up a little bit to make it conform and then maybe prevent splitting? glad I was able to solve something today. Alright, so let's just see if that's yeah, there we go. Huge spurt. Okay, let me clean up after myself here. There, okay, now there. Alright, let's get some order and okay, let's get the power done first, and then we can if I'm gonna route this. Let's route it this way. Yeah, it might be a pain in the ass, but I might be better to route it this way. Okay, let's get the minus melted up. Good. Then the oh, I think yeah. Okay. And then the make a stab in the dark, whether it's TX or RX. Okay, now, yes, now we can I'll go download the new software first. Holy crap, it already got a new update to 1.12 today. Okay, so I'll just overwrite all those executables. Where to put it? Here? Yes. Replace. There, okay. So I'll fire up the code reader first, and then while it's calling home, I'll plug in the AC. There. And we've got our 3.3. Oh. Okay, so allow start actions. There. It always has to do that low-level system call to get your unique hardware ID. Okay, so it's calling home. Okay, so I got RX and TX correct this time. Okay, so 2. Let's just read the last 10 error codes. Okay, pull the AC. That makes sense. General power failure. Do I have the wrong... I thought this one was a sparkly... HDMI. Oh, maybe I have the wrong motherboard. Unknown 810 chip or data. Wow. Okay. Maybe I should just clear these codes and then just hit the button and see what happens, because that's weird. I think that what I really have to do is yeah, if I get a camera, I should make it to the overhead cam and then get this guy out of commission. Okay, so it's in rest mode. I forgot to force it off. Let me just hold the button longer. General power failure. So this thing actually suffered a worse fate, and then, but when I received this console, it was fully sealed. That's really strange. So then, let me see if it should have created new codes. Let's read the new. No error. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I guess we are still stabbing in the dark. Let me just force it off. Maybe these troubles come later on. Okay. Okay, so we made it to the white stage, which let me just read the last, see if it logged anything. No error. Okay, so we are stabbing in the dark. I guess we could try replacing the HDMI encoder. Give it a proper shutdown. Okay, so I guess we'll have to use. I'll have to think of a good setup to. Okay, let's desolder. Okay, well, I guess they don't do a really huge mem test or anything. Okay, now I just need to get the screwdriver out. Of course, I've misplaced the T8 already. Okay. Let's see. Where did the T8 go? Oh! I must have rolled underneath the power supply. Or not. Hmm. Ah, there you are. Okay. So I just need to find a way to hold the board up while I heat it from underneath. Just taking a measurement here. Guess could do it that way. Oh. Okay. Then we can put the stand here. Okay, and then how are we doing for focus? That's as good as it's gonna get. Okay. Now the flux, can of flux. Oh, that must be my tablet in the other room. Is there a body? Why is that vibrating? Okay, is that distracting vibration noise should be gone? Okay. Now what did I set this to? 50? Okay. I'm just curious if there's... Okay, so not much could go wrong. I just can't accidentally nudge the board. And I have to keep a decent... I'll just keep the flux ready. And yeah, just hope that this doesn't... send part scattering. Just gonna turn it up to 500. And maybe also get a bit further away from the edge of my desk. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, I think the massive ground pedal is just sucking up the heat faster than I can give it. And I have other strategies too, like this could be a preheater, then I actually use a soldering iron to provide heat through the vias on the bottom. Lots of ways to crack this egg. I mean, I can feel that it's obvious that the pins are released, but it's oh, almost there. There we go. It doesn't look like anything's nudged on the top side. I don't think anything got displaced on the bottom side either, which is good. So let's do some flux cleanup while it's still kind of warm. Oh, okay. The best time to do flux cleanup. Fold it over like a toilet paper bundle. Okay. Okay, now the so there's some shutter speed I can change here to get a bit more, brighten up the image a bit. Oh, I'm glad I wore pins today. Let's see. Actually, I forgot. I should probably, well, I can try to soak up as much tin as possible. Oh, is that the end of the roll? Sheesh. I was also using the wrong. I want to use the MG chemical stuff. Well, I guess there might be enough flux around to just let me use this stuff. Oop. I thought I almost knocked a piece out of place, but that could have been optical illusion. trying to, I guess the best I can do is just flatten this out instead of trying to just suck it up. Let's see. I will just bring back a little flux just to make this braid a little more useful. The joys of using cheap Chinese braid is that they don't come pre-saturated with flux. I guess what I can do, what I'd like to do with the ground paddle is just try to get it to suck up as much lead as possible. And just see if I can get lead all the way down to the other side. I might just do this though, because the board is preheated pretty well. I might be able to get away with trying to saturate this in, because this was a trick I learned at work from my former boss, former engineer. He would have a soldering iron down here just providing direct heat, and then you'd come in from the top with the hot air, and then you get better delivery, or not better delivery, but definitely more targeted delivery of heat. But it does look like there's just so much thermal mass that I'll just have to saturate from the top side, I think. Yeah, the hope is if I heat this long enough, then it will soak down into the vias around sort of the top left there. But that may be a fool's errand. But in any case, I should oh right, the braid will suck up too much heat, so I should there. This fiber bridge, this shorter length should be better for heat transfer. Not enough flux inside this braid. Let's try that. Perfect. That's what I want to do with this. Okay, let's just okay, then we'll just get some lead onto or at least try to. Then take the braid off, and then that should let me get away with less heat and or exposure to heat when putting the chip back on. Use it. I just button this a little bit there. Still more solder than I need, but now to. I'd love to know where my MG Chemicals one went, but I guess I can just soak up. I guess I'll take the next size up. There we go. Okay, take that, then coat it in flux. Okay. Q-tips might have been better for this. Okay, so go find those. Okay. Let me just see. Okay, so the Panasonic logo faces the HDMI connector. And I got Panasonic ones. They, I guess this must be extremely old stock or something. Because in the new Slims, they changed over to, they finally formalized the buyout. And now they all say New Vuitton. Okay, so I might just try to help this chip along with a little bit of lead. Of course, these tweezers are full of flux. Let me just clean that off there. Okay. Now, let me see here. Oh, right. Should be putting small amounts just around here. And then what I'm hoping for is that there's enough solder just left right on the pads to make up for okay, let's see here. Just gonna give myself a bit more slack because I find this hose is kinking. There we go. All right. And hopefully I don't kill anything in the process. That was fast. Just that was incredibly fast. My eyeball says that everything's seated already, so maybe I'll just let that go. Okay, Okay, so now I can just do the edges. Well, let's just see where this gets us. Settle. Definitely no shorts. Definitely no shorts there. The only thing I'm worried about is opens, actually, rather than shorts, but no, that looks good too. Okay, maybe I will just clean up the underside of it. The sooner you deal with burnt flux, the better off you are. Okay. Okay, let's go for a reassembly here. So I'll have to deal with the So, yeah, let's change the. Okay, and let's bring back our HDMI. Oh, really got to put those into a real anesthetic bag, because I don't think people understand it's how static works. Damn, did I have so much heat that it? Oh no, it might just be the flux. When you're talking about individual components, you still have risk of static damage, but once they're soldered to a board, that's when your safety really comes in and you can play a bit looser. So, in a way, I shouldn't be surprised if all 7 of these are bad. Just because of how they were handled. And by, like... Although I do wonder, like, Mouser doesn't use, obviously, anti-static bags either, so maybe I'm in the wrong again. Okay, well... This is a worse situation, I think. Because now no LEDs are coming on. Yeah, okay. Well, I have to attach the code reader now. It's probably complaining that the HDMI is not connected or something. Okay. Well, hopefully. Maybe I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Okay, where are we here? So, did get the... This is going to get really annoying. I have to keep doing this. But you can only solder to these pads so many times before they lift off of the board. Okay, let's plug this in. Start the code reader. Okay, read last 10 error codes. General power failure. Fantastic. HDMI IC problem or data line short or power failure. Pretty sure I didn't make any shorts. But, yeah, I wonder if the... Yeah, so basically it's going in an infinite loop. Interesting. Okay, well, let me just take these off so I don't rip any pads off. Oops, there we go. So basically I've caused a short circuit. Either the chip is short circuited or I've made the chip short circuit. And yeah, and it's caused that whole rail to go down. Now what I need to do is take off the clamp. So what I'll do is just make sure that I didn't make the hell out of the bottom of this board. Just make sure all of these components on the underside are still okay. Okay. Just turn this into continuity mode. This middle pin should be ground. Yeah. See a lot of these TI SOC 23.5s. And I think I'm satisfied that the bottom didn't get baked. Yeah. Okay, so then did they give me a shorted IC to the supplier? Before I undertake anything like that, let's just try out every pin on the IC. Maybe there's a short circuit underneath or something that I didn't catch, or on the side. Oh no, it's not obvious right now anyways. Okay. You can unclip. Come on, there we go. Really tight friction fit there. Oops. Okay. Just focus here. Now, let's see. I guess it may not hurt just to hit them again. I wonder if I should be changing tips. some really stubborn pins on this QFN package. I can only take that to mean that they're probably power or ground. They're connected to the power or ground planes, because they just don't seem to want to melt or accept solder like a normal pin would. That's probably why the PS5 is complaining. So what I'm trying to do is just deposit some more solder onto the tip of my iron and see if that helps with the thermal mass of getting these pins to accept a good joint. Yeah, I think that's why there's probably some power and ground dry joints going on. Because in terms of alignment, I think I'm pretty... In terms of alignment, I think I'm pretty spot on. Because if I wasn't, then I should be getting all sorts of shorts. But I need to... Maybe I'll just confirm that before I go too far. Reset the timer on that. Okay. These are... All those decoupling caps are definitely behaving. But whether... Yeah, I still kind of question whether the IC is actually getting power. Maybe I should just heat it from the top instead of the bottom, because we're already happy. We're already happy with the ground connection, the ground paddle, I believe. So let me just... From certain angles, it actually does seem like the joints are dry. Oh, okay. Some joints are starting to wake up. Maybe I should do the flood and wick method instead. Okay. Either that or that was enough heat to let me just scooch in there and try to get these power pins. From that angle, the whole left side looks terrible. Or right side. Oops. Oh, that wasn't cool. Well, I hope it didn't rip a pad off. Let's check that. One thing at a time. Let's just try to get these joints improved. Then I can fix that decoupling cap that I just whacked. Just, and essentially, I guess these are all dry. Yeah, that side's looking a lot better now. This tip might just be too big for. This tip might just be too big for the fillet, the corner I'm trying to fill. Which I guess I can try to get the. Could get the velar down, but before I do that, I need to fix this capacitor, this bypass capacitor that I whacked. The pads are okay. It's just I accidentally rotated this this part 90. There we go. Let's clean it up here. Oh, I have my glasses on. Let me. I can't read that. Sorry. Oh. Oh, thanks for lurking. Oh. Very appreciate your support, Justin. Okay, so let me just see how this. Okay, and then the thankfully I had the foresight to buy 100 of these bypass capacitors. So let me just fetch them. The unfortunate side is that they ship them the same way. I think I see them. There we go. Oh. When that LCR meter comes in, I'll be very curious as to. I'll be very delighted to know what these values are. All right, now how bent are you? Oh, not too bad. Okay. Time for some parts flinging. If you ever want to leave your package, pretty sure it's pretty sure I dumped it out here somewhere. Oops. Maybe I should have dumped it out into an open space. All right, let's open up the next one. There you are. Okay. I love 0201s. So it might be smarter if I do the ground side first. Then it shouldn't matter how much heat I throw onto the positive side. But at the same time, maybe I shouldn't be working in such dirty conditions. Right, dirty side has been cleaned up. And to pitch the part. So tiny. Okay. It is aligned. It is aligned. And hopefully I can deliver enough heat to keep the part in place. Okay, well, it's one side. I hope I hope that this doesn't instantly tombstone, but I don't think it's going to. It's behaving very well. Yes, this is... Nope. I delivered too much heat and it melted the ground side again. Okay, maybe what I should do is do the parts, do the plus rail, and then use tweezers to hold it down for the minus rail. Boy, these guys like to fly. I'm pretty sure I just tapped it out lightly. One good thing about 100. There, okay. Okay, I sort of see how they like to move. Okay. Okay, where was I? Tweezers. Iron. Okay, see parts. Wow, okay. That did not hold it down well at all. Just, wonder if I do have to use hot air to just get this part down. There, okay. Well, at least I've coated the ground pad with some lead anyway, so hopefully that might help with that joint, or forming that joint. Now, gripping the part too tightly against one side. There. Now, hold this against the pad. Nope, and then it flew off. So this pair of tweezers has a bent tip. Let's see if I can get this a bit straighter. There. Okay, this is like attempt number 7. And we don't even know if the chip works. This will be attempt number 8, and we don't even know if the chip works. Yeah, this is going to be a bit fraught with peril, because if I don't know where these are flying off to, who knows where they land on this board. Let's not worry about that for now. Okay, so that's where that went. Oh, is that one? Ah, I found a loose one. I don't know where I pushed it to, but... Oh, there it is. Boop. Put you aside. Okay, that's going to fly away, so let's try grab it there. Okay, clean the tip of it, and then place the part. Yeah, it's a very weak joint. Just adding a bit more solder there, so hopefully I can create some sort of solder trap. Of course, I have no idea where that caps flew off to now, so... What I'm gonna do is... try number 7 again. Well, not really again, I didn't get a chance to try it. Okay, so this excess solder, I should be able to attract. Nope, didn't work. Thought I would be able to attract the at least one of the leads. Nope, it wasn't working. Okay. I mean, the other alternative is I suppose I could use hot air. Yeah, I might try to use hot air and see if it will attract itself onto the pads. Because I can just do a general. I'll use flux as the general glue, and then I'll turn down the velocity. And I probably should install a nozzle. I have a small one. did have a small. Oh, that's where that went. Oops. Too late now. Oh, I did have a small. Oh, here it is. Okay, so let's just turn the on. Here. Turn this on. That might be close enough. And you could actually use the tongs to poke the. That's actually really strong. So what I'm going to do is 20, and then increase the temperature to 450. That should help. Actually, even 20 is blowing it too much. I have. Yeah, I think I've managed to blow it away again. Jeez. Maybe I should try a different pair of tweezers. just use the iron there to wick some more solder onto the pads. I also think that I'm holding the part too high up the tweezers. Which is always a problem for making good board contact. Okay. Of course, the eternal problem is, is the part too attracted to mine? Yeah, I think the part's too attracted to my tweezers. Okay, well, let's see here. I use my iron to get it started, so hopefully this will let me get the tweezers out of the way, and hopefully the remaining heat will just take over for the minus side, the ground plane. Okay, should let it cool before it gets any, before I can really touch it. But let's just move on to still very curious that these HDMI pins have made good contact with the main board. Because there's some ones which are still questionable. And I think it's probably due to heat. Or the not heat itself, but the heat requirement. So what I'm gonna do, since I've already heated up the area a little bit, I'm gonna try to just add some more solder. Of course, I caught the part that I well, at least there won't be any excuse for a bad solder joint on the positive rail. Let's just see here. Okay, well, I got the positive on anyways. Oops. Now we can just try to clean up the... Okay. And then see if I can reinforce, or at least improve that ground plane connection without completely I think so. Ooh, good. Yep, can't ask for a better. Okay, now to see Now to touch up the HDMI joints again, there's probably a better way of doing this for sure. Probably what it would have been smart is if I added solder to all of the pins of the HDMI chip first, and then yeah, and then it would have just melted properly from the get-go. Because then, at least at that point, the ones that I don't think have enough heat initially would not be in question, as they are now. Bottom edge is looking good anyways. Let's see. It's decent anyways. Yeah, I don't know. Oh no, you know what? Might just go for a bottom. Might just heat up the bottom again. Okay, well, I don't need this nozzle though. Let's see. I suppose this would have a couple of effects, which would be, it would definitely make sure that capacitor is in place. But hopefully this heats up the joints on the side, which I'm very concerned about. Okay, so we have flux activation. So I do see some. Maybe I'll also just try to add some solder. Oh, well, the chip's mobile anyways. Maybe what I should also do is just push down. Okay. Well, I hope I hope that was adequate. There may have been enough residual solder on the pads from the first time around. So hopefully that'll be it. Okay, so we don't need the top shield. Well, we already have the top shield anyway, so I may as well put it on. But I won't bother clamping it. Now the and the LED sequence. Okay, now we can insert this. And that's not good. So it's still giving off general power failure. Okay, well, I guess the recommended course of action is to take off that chip and put in another one. So one thing I should do is I should take off the chip and then just try connecting it up again, and hopefully that gets rid of the general power failure. Because what could be happening is that the chip is shorted internally, which I suppose is a risk that you'll have to take when dealing with factory backdoor parts. Okay, so there's still plenty of flux there, so I can just grab it once it gets hot enough. Thankfully, though, all the joints are lead now, so I can deal with less heat, etc. But this is HDMI chip repair is quite an expensive endeavor because these chips can get pretty pricey. I think I only got them for $20 a pop, but if you have to use 2 or 3 just to do one repair, then it gets pretty expensive. Still cheaper than buying a whole new console, though. So, but the thing is, it's very interesting. You play an interesting lottery because you have to bill the customer for the worst case. And if you only end up using one HDMI chip, then you do come out ahead. But yeah. Or not bill the customer. You have to you have to estimate to the customer what your worst case is. But you could actually build actual parts of material. But yeah, it's an interesting dilemma. I guess the thing that might be worth doing is, I wonder if you could beep out the chip before even bothering to install. That would be a time saver. But yeah, I just want to make sure that I didn't ruin anything else. Although I did, I'm pretty sure I checked all the components top and bottom of this HDMI chip. So hopefully it's just the HDMI chip that's burnt or shorted or whatever. Okay. Of course, when you're lifting the chip, it will reshape the lead or reshape the solder in such a way that it'll clear any bridges. But for the next chip, I'm actually going to preload. I forgot about how hot that can get. I'm going to preload the dry pads with a little bit of lead, because that should save me some headache later on. Since these are supposed to be hot enough now. Supposedly. Yeah, that dump doesn't want it. Big shit. There's a dry one here. Here, now they're not dry. These ones in the corner are really stubborn. But I got one over. Okay, so I just have this one pin right here that's either lifted off or it's just stubborn. Hoping it's just stubborn. Yeah, no, it's just stubborn. There, okay. Now that you're all preloaded, the next chip that I put on should have it your time. Just make sure before I do this next test that there's no bridges. Okay, so there's a dry pad there that doesn't want to. Very stubborn. There we go. Dry no more. Okay, now I'm just going to, yes, we should clean, where's the Q-tips? I should get some just clean this area of flux. Here we go. Because burnt flux is no fun. Okay, so let's just put this together and power it on just to check that we've cleared the general power fault, and the only problem left is the HDMI chip being missing. Okay, just put this there. Bring this LED board back. Let's see. And then I need the power button reset thing. And since we don't have an HDMI chip anymore, I won't bother plugging it in. Give it the power supply. Oof. Okay, now. No, didn't like that. Wonder what part of the HDMI reset process caused the general power failure. Yeah, okay, well, we're probably gonna get the same error messages again, so I don't know if I should even bother. But I definitely should be trying to probe around now just to make sure we've got various voltage rails in the OK. Let's put this into 20 volts. So let's see here. Let's start with 12. So we have 0. This isn't voltage, right? Interesting. So if I remove the motherboard altogether, I get 12 volts. Okay, maybe I should be poking it somewhere else. Could have been unplugged, who knows? Oh no, 12 volts, okay. So I guess these are just covered up in flux and I can't poke at them. Okay, 12 volts. Let's see, I can't remember exactly where all the rails are. So I think one of these, 0 there. This is obviously 12. 0 there. I don't think those do much until I actually try to hit the button. I think there's 12 up here, yeah, and then 12 down here. I believe there's some 5s and should be some 5s and such over here somewhere. Curious if this is a secondary thing. Okay, got 3.3. 5. Yeah, 5, 3.3. Pretty sure the syscon itself is okay. Should be, anyways. 5. Yeah, no fuse blown. Let's see. 5. Can't remember what this converts down to. Oh, right, it's the 2-volt rail. Yeah. Then down here, this is the SSD. So should output like 2.5 in certain cases, but it may be disabled when in standby. There's another way to. Oops. Some of these capacitors are connected to 2.5. Be interesting if for some reason the SSD had also decided to fail. But yeah, I thought that should say 2.5, but it's saying 0. Well, let's just hit the button. Let's see what rails come up. So it still says 0, 0, 0. This is core voltage. So this should say 12, yeah. Well, let's just pull the power. I guess we've turned this board into a situation like the other boards where they say, or another board where it says you have a general power failure. Let's just pull it out. Just see if there's any kind of dirt or weird stuff, but think here, what, take this away. Since we're in general power failure, we don't have to heat sink anything, which is nice. But, let's see here. We have to go and get the oscilloscope out. So that we can check the startup current. That may give a clue as to which converter is not turning on, or multiple converters or something. Now, where did I put those? Yeah, here we go. Okay, and the other thing I'll still need to keep is the power button doohickey, which goes into here. Okay, so Okay, let's just see what we've got for standbys. Because we can check for 2.5 on the top rail as well. Okay. So first of all, what do we have for battery? No, battery's good. Okay, so we should obviously be seeing. Oh, yeah, it's not plugged in yet. Okay. So plug it in, and before it press the button, let's check the standbys. Okay, got our 12. 7001 is responsible for 5, which we have. Oh, no. I was gonna say, okay, the fuse is not blown. Let's see, so then it should be 12. Oh, I thought that should be interesting. Maybe it is something to do with V-core. This is definitely 12. So then this should be 12. Which I thought by extension this should also be 12. Maybe I can just check at the inductor. No, interesting. Okay. That's definitely 12. I thought it would pass on down through the. Oh, maybe the converters are interfering or something. Okay, so that's 12. I forgot what this drops. What this is supposed to drop down to. Let's see here, and then this is 12 from here, I think. Yeah, then it drops it down to something. I think this was memory. Then this is 12, and this should be another core voltage, and this should not be. There should be nothing in standby. Over here, I think there's some 2 volts coming from the 5 rail. So one of these should be 2 volts. Oh, maybe it's up here. There, no, that's 3.3. Okay, so it drops it to 3.3. That means 7502 must be the 2 volt. Yeah, okay, there's the 2 volt. And then over here is supposed to be also 2. Oh, that's a 5. 5. I wonder what this converter is for. I thought this would have been responsible for the SSD. Oh, that's also a 2 volt rail. Okay. Yeah, 12. I'm just curious if it'll momentarily come on if I hit the button. Nope. This is really sucky. But I wonder if the bad HDMI picture was the sign of a dying CPU anyways. Because it very well could be. What's it saying? Periphery GDDR6. I'm pretty sure that this won't. Nope. Forgot what 5401 and 5402 are for. Or if I not necessarily forgot, but maybe it was never disclosed. This should be 5 volts, yeah, for supplying high current for the USB-C or USB 3 point whatever. Over here, we're supposed to deal with mostly 3.3 and 0, but this is remotely enabled by the syscon. So I can see that it's disabled at the moment. It's 5 volts. Okay, well, we may have tried, we may have actually killed the CPU, or may have killed the CPU inadvertently. But yeah, it's in a general power. It's either that or it would refuse to boot because it doesn't have a HDMI chip. But let me just unplug this. Yeah, because the serial port terminals are on the underside. But I guess you get to set up the oscilloscope. We get to set up the oscilloscope and the current probe, which is a new toy I bought. Hopefully that'll tell us something, but I think even in that case you don't get the whole story. That's just garbage. Okay, let's flip this over and let's connect the debug serial again. But yeah, I do have to be a lot more careful with these eBay listings, because it seems like I don't blame this guy for not disclosing possibly all of the information, but I think yeah, this one was definitely some sort of booby trap. Let's see here. So where did I put those jumpers? Right over here. Okay, now the chip TX. Oops. Chip TX, chip RX. Ground plane. And 3.3 rail. There. So then that will. Okay, so. Yeah. So, under here. Okay, and then read the last 10 error codes. General power failure. HDMI IC problem. General power failure. HDMI IC problem. I wonder if anybody, I should probably sound like an idiot, but I should probably ask all the various repair discords I'm in to see if that's a known issue. But let me just hit, just clear the codes. There. That should say no error codes or something. No error. Okay, good. Return. Okay, so then I should hit this. Did not like that. So then general power failure. HDMI problem. Okay, so it gave up after one beep. Okay. General power failure. So, are they related or not? Just go to Discord. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's see here. You know, one thing I didn't see was any sign of 1.8, so maybe I should just flip this guy over. Yeah, okay, let me just release the COM port. Okay. See if I can flip this guy over without putting too much pressure on this area. Because that should let me probe the Wi-Fi, which would tell me if we have 1.8 volt rail. Because 1.8 volts is part of the HDMI chip's function as well. So let me prop this up with this jar that I've on my desk for no reason. I don't think I am ready for such a jar anyways. And then, yeah, 1.8 will be around here was alongside the 3.3. Let's see. So, that's helpful. Let's try this. A little less glare there. Okay, good. All right, so, oh, you went to sleep. Oh, how did that get there. Okay, well, let's try that again. Okay, 3.3. Oh, okay. I see what's happening. 1.8. Oh, I wonder if the Wi-Fi module died. Or is it just bad contact with my... No, I think that was a red herring, yeah. Oh, you should be a rail of some sort. Come on. .3. This one should be a rail of some sort. Oh, there it is. Sometimes these parts like to get corroded over time. But it's just a surface oxidization. Okay, 1.8. 3.3. 1.8. 3.3. 1.8. I think there's a 3.3. Okay. And there's no, and then there's a little tiny guy right here, which should be there. 3.3. Okay. So the 1.8 rail is still there. Yeah, not having a good day today. Power failure. Yeah, and I'm thinking I'm pretty sure I already hit the... Pretty sure I checked the underside of the... It might be just a good idea to just check the board again. Well, that's not fun. I just saw a ball of liquid metal. Where's... Let me see if I can get that out with just the Kim wipe. So maybe what's going on here is that... oh yeah, holy crap. I wonder if liquid metal got under... Okay, well, that's a lot of liquid metal. Well, maybe that's our problem. Which means that this would be a write-off too. Huh. Let me just see. Just trying to peek if it got anywhere. That looks okay. But that corner of the sticker was very weak. So maybe that was the weak point? I don't know. Yep, I see liquid metal underneath the black sticker. But this black seal is actually very gummy, so yeah, let me just get a Q-tip. I don't know how you would, how you would clear a short if liquid metal got underneath the APU. You'd essentially have to solder the APU, right? Okay, so let me just yeah, we'll have to use some alcohol. Guess alcohol does something to the liquid metal. Yeah, I see. It must react. But yeah, there's little... Well, that's really disconcerting. Well, if that actually does amount to, that means I should be able to turn this to resistance and just check the feedback resistances of all the VRMs. Because depending on the rail, it should be in kilo ohms or so here. Yeah, so that's in the kilos. Just to make sure. Yeah, you know, it might be better to just put it into K. Yeah, so that's in the kilo ohms. This. So that's in the kilo ohms. Just check that again. Oh no, it's just corrosion. It's always tough to get a good reading on these ones because... Yeah, so it's not 0, it's 3.4. There. Yeah, okay. As long as it's not 0, we're okay. Like true 0. So that one's bigger than... Yeah, so 2.76K, that's okay. Because it's a low voltage. Okay. Yeah, so over here, what do we have? Okay, so that is short. Or, sorry. I keep fooling myself. I need to calm down a bit here. Open. Out of range? Oh. So it's in the K as well. No, okay, so it's supposed to be in ohms, but maybe I'm just making bad contact. Really? Can't be out of range in both ranges. What's going on here? Oh, I guess it's my multimeter's malfunctioning. Okay, there. Okay, not 0, but is it my lead resistance? Not my lead resistance. Okay, that's fine. If I remember correctly, these are supposed to be pretty low because the output voltage is... Okay, that's... I don't have milliohm reader. Unless it actually is supposed to be the ground plane. It could be the ground plane. Who knows? It is a diode there after all. 10 ohms? Okay. Yeah, so I'm assuming that these are like core voltages. I think down here is supposed to be memory, which should be in the... Yeah. So this is in the Ks. I'm really baffled about this general power failure. It's too bad none of this is documented. But if it does turn out that it was just a glob of liquid metal, that would be fantastic. But that would be just too lucky. Oh, I guess I did end up breaking off those two. Did end up breaking them. Oh well. Let's make the... There's always 3.3 and 12 and... Okay, so I should unplug this. Reattach these. Yeah, can't wait for my PCB to come in so I can just like clamp down on it and not have to solder all the time. But I guess I never did see that 2.5 on the SSD. The problem with the SSD is that I think it's married. So even if I replace it, I don't know if I can get a working console out of it, out of the activity. I'll have to ask around again. because I heard that there's actually per console information on 3 of the 6 SSD chips. Okay. Let's see here. Where did I put that USB cable? Here's the. Okay, close. Oops. Oh, I think I've opened too many code readers. Let's try that again. Oh, so much for taking apart 57 Joy-Cons. Oh, hey. Welcome back. Yeah. No, I was just kind of wondering, because these are off-the-shelf NANDs. If someone made a reader application or something. Okay. Read last error codes 2. General power failure. We already, and then it should be complaint about HDMI, and then any new ones? Oh yeah, same thing, general power failure. HDMI IC problem. Okay, I guess in this case it's tried a few times already, but yeah, the thing, I don't know if you were here to see it, but basically I found out there was I found a liquid metal ball just at the edge of the APU. So I wonder if it dripped down when I was flipping the board around and such. And is that what is shorting out the is that what's shorting out the power? Okay, let's clear the codes. And then hit the button. Yeah, it doesn't like that. 2. It's probably going to say the same thing. Yep, general power failure. Yeah, it's unfortunate because it was and it's unfortunate because we don't know if the power failure was because of the HDMI chip or if it was because of this failure to contain the liquid metal. But I'm just thinking, I took a peek around the whatchamacallit? I took a peek around the gasket and I didn't see any spillage, so I'm still curious where that little ball of liquid metal came from. Let me just hit this one over here. Wait for that to discharge. Don't know what the next move should be, really. I've asked if the absence of an HDMI chip might do that, but I can sort of hear clicking inside of the power supply, which probably means that it is actually trying to go through a sequence. Or there's some part of the sequence is passing. So what I'm gonna do is dig out the sorry, I also asked for help with the video card, but I don't think anyone's I think everyone's moved on. Yeah. The video card is also kind of weird because nothing is actually shorted out that I can see, but it doesn't behave well on a power supply. What am I gonna do here? Forgot. Guess I recheck the sticker. But I did find this corner really easy to peel up. Maybe that's. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's a little. There's a little hole here. Okay. No, it's probably that might be where it came from. See, the ball I found was here, but yeah, the defect in the sticker is actually way up in the top left. Huh. And I guess there's a so there's a defect in over here too. It's tough. I don't know how you would get it out other than to desolder the APU. But if you're going to desolder the APU, then how do you even know if the APU is toast or not? Let me just see if these get red herrings again. These should, because the rails that feed them also are red herrings in terms of continuity. Yeah, so that's inconclusive. Let me see. That should be ground, I think. See, this was the 2.5 rail, which I couldn't get to read as 2.5. But I think this converter should be okay. I guess it's just bad luck. We had a liquid metal leak and then it just took out the APU. Well, I could move on to the PS5 where I took off all the RAM and just see if that unfreezes the APU on that one. That could be fun. Because yeah, I don't have a lot of time left today. Okay, so I'll just pack this one up. General power failure. Yeah, because I think the other one that had general power failure was the cat piss one, right? If I remember correctly. If it was liquid damage, then obviously it's extremely likely that the APU is dead on that one too. I mean, what I really need to do is get my hands on an affordable PS5 that I can just poke around in. But I don't think there's such a thing as an affordable PS5. Let's see here. So what I need to do? What was it? Oh yes, that's right. I was gonna look you up. Oh yeah, a dead match. Okay, well, just ban you. And put, oops, that's not what I want to do. Just going to put you in the block list. I think there are a few bands I forgot to put in the block list. I'll have to reconcile these two lists later. And just see here. Let's see. Ah, oh, trying to sneak in, eh? And let's just ban you. Let's see. I thought you were a genuine user, but that might be my gay culture bias. Okay. Right. Let's move on. Put that box right here. Okay. Drive. Just gonna go in here. Oops. Oh, I only dropped the power supply, which is good. Okay. So, if I remember correctly, I think the one was this one. I think this was the one with the bad, Yes, that's right. I was just, I was just curious if I could, if this would complain about having 8 bad chips or something. Or if it would still say that there's an APU freeze. Oh, shoot. Here's... I have chat covered up, unfortunately. Don't have enough monitors. Okay. Oh, let's see here. So, I think this is just a... I think EDM 20 is also the same. Man, this board has a lot of flex. Oh, was this the one where they... Okay, yeah, this is the one where they had a complete, like... Someone had messed around with this, and I guess they used an inappropriate amount of heat. And, yeah. I mean, can't complain about the solder joints. But, yeah, just completely coated in flux. I never bothered to clean it up. It's a WIP anyways, but yeah. Board has quite some flex to it. Okay, well, maybe there were some broken solder joints or something with the memory, and that's all it was. But yeah, if I remember correctly, this one was APU freeze. Okay. Okay. Power supply, no. Okay. Just going to assume this one's yours. Don't think it matters at this point. Yeah. Life. And Aha! It's complaining about... Oh. Okay, so not only did it detect the missing... not did it not only did it detect the missing GDDR6, all 8 chips are missing. It still has an APU freeze, so I think this one's toast too. Too funny. Let me just just clear it anyways, and then hit the button again, just in case. But the fact that it picked up on all 8 chips being missing. APU freeze. Well, let's see here. So let's hit the button. Then read the last 10 error codes. No error. Weird. APU is not frozen anymore? That seems odd. Or, because there's no error then. Because it has to say that, like, the supervisory chip cannot just say there's no error. Like, it has to be alive. Okay, that was the wrong mode to put that in. Let's put this into volts. Alright, so still not passing it on. Okay. Maybe it didn't log them in time. Let's just read it again. No error. Huh. It must be doing those checks before I hit the button. Between... I could verify that by just unplugging and plugging it back in. That's probably what's going on. It verifies, it does those as pre-flight checks. Okay, return. Okay, so I'm just going to power cycle this. This is what's handy about having this UART. I can tell when most of the power is dissipated. Okay. So it must be doing the pre-flight checks now. And just for fun, I'm going to just poke around here. So we'll always get 12, no matter what. But, let's see, do we get 2.5? We don't. Okay. Not necessarily bad or good, I guess. This was... Yeah, it looks like it's ready but waiting. Yeah, that one's ready but waiting. Those are... That's the DVD drive, or the Blu-ray drive. I can't remember, let's think. Yeah, that's right. So we have a 5-volt standby. And technically one of these should be 3.3. Can't remember where the... Well, anyways, let's just see here. So... Okay, yeah, so it does check. Oh, interesting. Interesting, okay. I wonder if the log is, of course. I didn't clear the log before putting the PS5 away. That's what's going on. Okay, so I guess the next step for this one is, you actually just buy the RAM and put it on. That's good. Okay, so let's pack this up properly by clearing the errors, and then okay, Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense because obviously um, I was too afraid to turn on the thing when with the RAM off, and I didn't clear the errors beforehand. Okay, quit the software. Okay, so unplug. Let's unplug it. Wait for discharge. So this one might work if I put the RAM back on, which means that the other one I should take the RAM off because I think the only error on that one was APU freeze. Okay, so I'm kind of glad I did that because I didn't actually place the order yet, so I can just add it on to the next order. So the one that also said APU freeze was the 1215. It's the motherboard just before they went to the slim one. Okay, so these were Samsung. I've got to remember that. And oh, I don't remember if I said this, but the new slims also went back to Samsung. So I still like the crew there says that you should not mix and match memory, but I have this feeling that they just put on whoever drops off the next truckload, you know? And it doesn't seem like there's a reliability relationship between memory manufacturers. But there definitely does seem to be a supply difference. Like Samsung just has so much of its RAM, whereas the other two don't. Okay. So what's oh, I need to write on this. So this was Samsung. Here's a pen. Here we go. Okay, so I guess the final activity for today will be just taking the RAM off of the 1215 motherboard, and then we should call it a day. So this was Sam. Oops. It's very unlike you. Okay. Okay, now put you here. I just felt some putty drop. Well, I don't know where it belongs, but there's one thing I should also do is invest in that putty. Because I wonder if you repair it and then you put the putty in and then you don't sort of form the putty back properly, does that create future problems? Customer returns? Man, can't get over how this thing flexes. Okay, so yes, okay. Yeah, so this time around I'm going to try taking out the RAM by the bottom instead of the top, and hopefully that makes for better silk screen or better solder mask preservation, because I'm pretty sure I saw some exposed traces, which I'm probably going to have to fix on the board that 1115 that we were just working on. Then I guess, yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, then hopefully that's going to be it for the parts order. I can send that away, and then I guess the only thing to really keep me occupied is disassembling, turning 57 Joy-Cons into parts. I guess the other thing I could also do is put these, I can't believe how tiny this motherboard is. Well, I guess the putty did get smushed. Oh well. Yeah. Especially for this one, I don't... I guess arguably I could just make the mounting holes here, or maybe here. But making... Oh, I guess it's doable. Thinking, like, if I want to lay out another board to make this a friction, like a pogo pin kind of board again for the UART instead of having to solder it all the time. Okay, well, let's get the baggy old putty. Because this stuff is $200 a tube. Oh shoot, this is Micron. This is going to be expensive. Well, if I order from that one place, hopefully it's not globally expensive. Oh, I'm kind of curious what they did for Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. They did, they made a 104 version of the thing and did 4 antennas again. Okay. I was gonna say, oh yeah, this putty is like 200 Canadian dollars a tube or something, but I can't comment on how many consoles you could refurbish with them, with the tube. But if it does, if it be like that, then I'm gonna be creating a jelly roll from, because it looks like this stuff lasts a long time. Okay, so let's put that. I think the shield got smaller too. Yeah, and then these are probably gonna be casualties, so I'm going to desolder these wires. Because this whole board is going to heat up. There's an amateur move. Ooh. Okay, so let's get that over there. And let's see, what should I do? I'm going to prop this up. I kind of hate the size of the handle, but how else do you get that airflow? I guess I could do the edge of the table again. The thing about this board is that it's so tiny that it's liable to just fall off the edge of the table if I don't secure it properly. Let's see, can I hoist it up? I hoist it up like 12 inches. Well, even if I do that, it's still in frame, which is nice. Maybe I can find something to hold it up with. This might be doable. Jank master of the century. This is ESD safe snacking. In a way, it is, because the bottom is metal, the insides are metal, and then of course it's sealed at the bottom with a foil liner. So arguably it is somewhat connected. But joking aside, let's see here. Okay, so this would be a bit interesting, because any flux that I put on would travel that way, just because it's a little bit unlevel. Okay, let's frame up this shot. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. Alright. So let's get out Z-Flux and just start one chip at a time. And let's see, what do we have? Yeah, that should be fine. 450 at 50. Oh. These aren't tall enough. I guess I have to give a minimum bend radius. Let me see. I suppose I could just use the super tall Pringles and support. No. Oh, this might work. Put the APU in the center. Oh boy. So jank. That'll be fun. Oh, I guess I should also check the other side to see. Okay, so there's no plastic melty bits that'll just fall off, which is good. And this Pringles can might act as a heat shield. Okay, that's just good to get that started, and then I'll put some more. So, because I somehow can't do that right. There we go. And where did those wide ass tweezers go? Ah, here we go. So we gotta order. I have a feeling I should be ordering like 16 of each, just to be super sure. I hope the can itself is not acting as a heat sink. Nice. Yeah, can't complain about that. Done. Okay. I think that's the... Gonna move this chip while it's still gooey. There we go. Oops. Yeah, let's just get you out of the way. There. No. So neat how they shrank this motherboard so much. Gotta be mindful they don't hit the 0201 way up there. Yeah, also can't let it fall over either. That would be a laugh and a half. Yeah, so tomorrow will be some more boring beeping as I check every single GDDR6 data line. Ooh. Maybe if I do want to just be a little closer. I could also just give it another dose. Oops, too close. Yeah, I guess I wasn't watching that. Watching the flux as close as I should have been. Because it really needs to penetrate to every solder joint, or else you won't get any liquefaction. That's what really slows down the reflow process. It's actually getting the flux where you need it to go. You just pray that capillary action works in your favor. But We're getting somewhere, I think. There we go. Okay, let's move on to the next guy while we still got neighborly heat. And then while I'm holding that, I'll just put that newly removed chip onto the pile. You gotta wonder though, why, how does the RAM fail, but not the APU? That means that it's likely that the DC-DC converters also failed for the RAM. Either that or the cooling is inadequate. Oh, we had this discussion a couple streams ago, I think. We don't know if the cooling is truly adequate for PS5. And then we get these premature RAM failures. Because this is the first time I've seen high performance RAM just completely cooled by sheet metal. But you gotta think, Sony engineers have to be on their game, right? Nice. I kind of like this setup because I don't have to stop. And then I don't burn myself trying to move the board around. Although, yeah, I don't think I can. Oops. Maybe I can sort of sneak heat by going at an angle. Oh, I've already absorbed all the flux. Let me just give you another dose. I do wonder, could this be better? Yeah, I don't think I can. Like, the Pringles can is just a little too wide. But I may still be able to heat this board effectively. You can definitely see the bubbles anyways. Bubbles coming out of the bottom of the board is gasification of the flux, but also could be escaping air from capillary action. There we go. Oops. Let's put you in the pile there. Oh, yeah. Oops. Okay, let's go on to number 5. And see if I can just grab the edges or something and move this over a bit. because I don't want to, or I want to get the best exposure possible. Okay. Yeah, so if they're aware that the GDDR6 is missing, then will they still try to supply power to said missing chips? Because then that would, if it's true, then that would indicate whether the VRMs failed and took out the chips or not. I could figure that out with this board, I suppose. Not quite there yet. And hopefully I'm not taking out any 0201s I'm not supposed to. I feel like I may have with this last one. I don't know. Unless those are just pads that don't have parts on them. Weird. I don't know why some of them have 0201s and some of them don't. And that one doesn't. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. Oh! Well, that means that this one should. Just looking. Oh, I see. Yeah. I think I found it. Okay, can't lose that. Dude, that or that's just a ball. Can't say. Okay, let's see here. So, guess I decided to switch hands. I don't think parts of my brain were part of that meeting. That came off pretty quickly. Maybe, maybe I've got this technique really well mastered now. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. You definitely should not stop whenever you're but also I think the distance at which you hold the iron is huge. Not the iron, the air nozzle. Because it seemed to be like the difference between a few minutes and a few seconds. Which means that, in a way, I applied heat to the board in probably too long. Okay, so those four don't have 0402s. These three do, but I don't know what those values are. And and if this last one is supposed to, I don't know where that part went. Oh well. Yeah, one thing I should do is definitely braid, soak up as much of the solder I can. Let's see. Oh boy. That plastic shield has definitely seen some shit, but the gasket's still okay. I wonder if you can buy those. Well, I suppose it could be salvaged. But, yeah. Heat from the top or heat from the bottom? I guess I won't tap the entry right away. Okay, now, let's see here. I need to move this out of the way. Let's clean up. Where's... Ah, here we go. Just clean up all this flux. Oh, hello. How are you? Sorry I missed your message. I don't actually get to see chat all that well. Of course, the fact that you answered yourself is a bit disconcerting, but I'm a bit preoccupied right now. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? I might just take the time. Look, you. Okay. Well, enjoy yourself. I think after I clean this up, I'll turn on the software again to see if the APU is unfrozen, and then call it a night. Let's see. Oops. Actually, what I really should be doing is just clearing shorts. Oh, I guess to do that I don't even need the braid. I wonder where all these where all the solder is going. Okay, that's very disconcerting. Don't tell me I'm lifting pads or something. Okay, no, I'm not lifting pads. Oh, thank goodness. It's just the pads are super tiny relative to the balls. But I know that that can be, that's like a possible design choice. Yeah, it does seem like the solder is more attracted to my iron than the than the pads themselves, which is nice. So I don't actually have to waste braid. Oh, nah. If Tweety was a bot, that was a very interesting bot. Yeah, these have to be some of the smallest pads I've ever seen. Actually, not all of these have. Someone's got a 1215 motherboard picture I can reference. I don't think there's any shorts. We'll see. Okay, so what do you need out of this? Because if this is APU freeze, okay. Let's see. It's pretty obvious this goes this way. Okay, so I can. Don't know what it's pressing on there. Okay, let's see. These could probably stick somewhere so they don't fly. There we go. Don't fly around and short something out. This I could put in for fun, but probably won't do anything. And this I definitely need to put in. There. Oh, we're out of focus here. Okay, so then let's just turn you off. Okay, then put the. Where did I put that? Here we go. And of course I forgot where to solder all this stuff, so I will look up that now. Okay, so... Oh, I guess there was multiple grounds, or... What did I choose for ground? Oh. Oops. Let's see here. Okay. So chip TX, chip RX is the lower ball. Okay. Okay, then yes, it does make sense that ground would be there. And I guess 3.3 is way back here. Guess we'll find out. Okay, so good. Okay, now the code reader. Okay, let's just see what was start. APU freeze, no error. Okay, so I haven't tried to hit the button yet, but maybe the APU is still not. Because I thought that the GDDR6 error would be... Okay, so let's see. Clear error codes. They do actually change the syscon every so often too. Like the new PS5 Slim has a completely different model number for the syscon. So maybe maybe the algorithm changes. So what I'm going to do is hit the power button. Well, just see. Oh, okay. Maybe I don't have this inserted all the way in. Oh, I'm a moron. I put the reinforcement tab in, not the actual button. There, that's better. Okay, return. Okay. Oh. Well, I better pretend to be a clamp. Wasn't expecting LED activity. 2. Okay, that's heating up way too quickly. Okay, I'm going to... That's interesting. Why did it go through a whole boot sequence when no RAM is present? That's a really weird way of doing things. I mean, it's either that or the APU is shorted, which would suck. But, yeah, that got hot. Okay, well, I'm just going to desolder these. And we can put the... Okay, we'll actually have to make sure this thing is properly thermally put together. because I wasn't actually expecting it to go through a sequence. Okay. Well, let's see here. Let's get our Q-tips and our polish. Right here. That should let us get all this crud off. Well, that was a surprise. Yeah, definitely downloading it from China. Yeah, I finally found the solution to my crud problems when it comes to deposits. Like you can see there's a huge deposit there. Nothing gets rid of it except for plastic polish. Yeah, same for the crud on the heatsink side. I just keep polishing until I get no more black on the Q-tip. But no, this is normally what's supposed to happen is it doesn't try to heat up, it doesn't try to boot up with the RAM like with the last one. It's supposed to just complain that the RAM is missing and not do anything, but obviously it's got no RAM. How come it wants to boot up? Very strange. Okay, I think we're getting there. Well, I guess I'm going streaming longer than I intended yet again. But sometimes these events are just really riveting. I think that should be clean enough. Just hit it with some alcohol. It's actually kind of... this one was APU freeze. And the recommended solution for an APU freeze is to check the DDR chips, but you can't actually diagnose the DDR chips until you actually take them off. So in terms of expediency, I thought the solution might just be to toss the chips altogether and just put on new ones. So the expected outcome was for this PS5 to just complain that the chips are missing. But what happened was I got a no error and the chip started heating up, which means that it was actually going into a boot sequence. Like you weren't supposed to get any LEDs, any LED action, because it was supposed to notice that there's no RAM present and halt. But it clearly must have changed the boot sequence between the various motherboard revisions, because I did notice like there's at least two versions of this system monitoring chip. Previously in the PS4 and B4 it was called the Syscon, but the industry's decided to call it the Southbridge now for some unknown reason. But anyways, so yeah, now that I know that, it's perfect. No blemishes anymore, which is nice. Yeah, so now that I'm aware that this chip was actually going to start up, I'm going to have to put on some liquid metal just to keep it from cooking itself. Okay, so let me find that syringe and then we can apply liquid metal. Actually, that still looks a little dirty. Full of residue. Let's see. How are we doing here? So we can get some residue also off. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's better. Now, oh, that's too much. Let's see. Okay, let's steal some back here. There, okay. Now, yeah, what's the problem with the dry Q-tips is that it's always a sacrificial amount, but not much you can do there. Geez, I really hope that I didn't cook the chip there with that unexpected behavior. That was unexpected and unwarranted. Okay. Here, should get good adhesion, I would hope. So I've got good base adhesion. And maybe stand to put a little more actually, just for safety's sake. I'm seeing some coverage problems here. Really should be it though. Well, if anything, I've got 4 or so PS4s worth of liquid metal. Maybe there's some value in that. Or 4 PS5s worth. Okay. Alright, so I shall flip you over here. And since you're prone to do a full boot sequence, I have to put the back shield on so I can cool the VRMs. What am I catching on here? Oh, there we go. And then the clamp too. Oh, where did I put that now? I hope I put the clamp with most of it. Oof. Okay, we have clamp action. Riveting Thursday night activities. And just recycle some clamp screws here, because I don't think those have changed. And that was definitely a very interesting surprise. Can't believe it's Thursday already. Oops, I guess I screwed that down a little too tightly there. There we go. Really? Wasn't expecting that thread to be turning forever. And that one stops. This one just turns forever, I guess. Great craftsmanship there, Sony. Okay, so then I need to put the back shield on. And then I'll have to put down some screws just to make sure there's good contact for the VRMs. Yeah. So let's see here. Hopefully I didn't put my T8 bit somewhere too far away. Did I just end up putting it back in the right spot? Oh, I did. I put it away properly. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm thinking, yeah, I should probably do a C shape at least to get the, well then again, if I do all of them, then I also get to cool the SSD just in case it tries to pull something funny there too. I'm just really surprised it fired up the APU without any RAM. Other points of contact? There may be some. I'm pretty sure all of the heat sources are like VRMs, and maybe not like these ones are the core VRMs, but there's actually VRMs over here, but they might be the other shield. And then I can't remember where the memory VRMs are. Okay, this shield is definitely way off center. Let me just try to shift this. There, should help. Should help with the rubbing. I wonder if the reason why some of the holes don't line up is because they didn't actually punch out the shield very well. Well, this has to be good enough. I mean, well, maybe not. There seems to be some flex there. What I could do... just hold that down there. There's some lift off here, which I could push down. Maybe that's good enough for now. I guess there's some play there. I could tamp down there too. Here, hopefully I have not created a catastrophe. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely not expecting an LED sequence. Okay, so let's just, oh, I guess before we go too far. Okay. This we're gonna be going straight up and over. Okay, so got that connected. So let's put in the AC. Okay. Okay, so wow. I can't believe this. Like, pulsing blue means that it's running through a check of some sort. Does it ever shift to white? Maybe that's what the... Ah, okay. Okay, let's just read the error codes. Just see how the heat pipes are doing. Okay, they're still cold. Let's see here. So read last 10 error codes. So it should be saying something like no error. This is insane. That is absolutely insane. Well, you know what? I should really leave it at that because, like, oh my God. If you have to treat every single model like it's its own unique console, this is going to get out of hand pretty quickly. Like, in terms of just running a repair shop. Oh. But the thing is, was the 1215, like, when they, yeah, was the 1215 revision of the motherboard more than a die shrink? Because I thought that it was supposed to be a die shrink only and not like a complete, not like a change in function. Anyways, I guess it's going to be a stay tuned thing. It's going to take like 2 to 3 weeks for the memory to come in from China. So I'm basically going to be going back to Switch work, going through Joy-Cons and stuff. But I guess at the same time, I really should be trying to input more stuff to fix so that I'm always kind of working on something because the Switch stuff is also in a wait for parts kind of deal. But yeah, I think I have enough. After tomorrow's stream of taking apart all the Joy-Cons, I'll at least know how much stuff to order. Well, that was an interesting turn of events. Oof. I'll turn you off. Okay. Well, thanks to everybody who came by. Everybody alert to everybody who chatted. I'm streaming every Wednesday through Sunday, 6:30 p.m. EST. And I hope. Thanks for whomever was following. I have anonymous follows because I like to respect the viewers who may have anxiety problems. So, if you are in chat but haven't chatted yet, I will essentially ignore you in case you're having a lurking kind of day. That's just my MO, because I essentially act the same way when I'm in other people's chats. So yeah, hope you enjoyed, and hopefully I get to see you next time. Have a good night. Let me find the keyboard. Let's see here. I wonder if I should just try raiding. That'd be fun. Let's see if Computer Booter is still here. Well, I'm not in a chatty mood myself, and I'm kind of tired. Maybe I won't raid today. Okay, well, have a good night, everybody.